I haven't. Good morning, guys. But I mean, I've already played Seleucus and I got wrecked by it. So, so no, that's not happening. I didn't feel like busting my head with the tough math today, so we're just gonna play Caesarea, and we'll make a really pretty Caesarea. In fact, I've never beaten the map, Blobber, so you've got one over me. I know you played the mortal version, but I don't know that it's that different. But well, yeah, I decided to play a lighter map today because you start with more cash. Okay. First couple attacks are smaller. Okay. Well, anyway, I decided to go with an easier an easier thing today. Oh shoot, I forgot to set up my capture. Super professional over here. You know what? Pick up Caesar 3. There we go. Well, regardless, even on normal, it's a crazy achievement. So well done, Blobber. That's a very, very tough map, and you did great. All right, so yeah, we're gonna be playing some Caesarea. Where are you, Caesarea? No, shoot, I can't remember what Procurator is. Carthago. It's consul, right? All right. Okay. So yeah, Caesarea. I know this map quite well. So what would a beautiful Caesarea look like? Well, I think I obviously have to save the old city. Yeah, it's a pretty savage map. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do for my beautiful Caesarea is we're gonna build well, first I'm gonna start by saving the old city. We can't let the old city die. So I'll find a way to make this city work. And don't even bother fixing up the towers and stuff. May as well. There we go. Yeah, I think this is the one I've actually played the most. This wall is going to have to be shifted later. I can beat this map in about 30 minutes, I think. I think that was my record time. It was beating it in about 30 minutes. It was 20 something in the mod game. Yeah. It sounds about right. It takes me roughly. It took me about that long. I don't know if I could beat it in that little time now. I haven't been speed playing Caesar 3 in a bit, but should I bother rebuilding the god temples? Nah. The whole city's gonna fall apart. So we gotta let it fall apart a bit. Oh, I should fix up my taxes. But it doesn't. Does it matter? Is there a forum here? There is a forum. Okay. Yeah, we're not gonna delete anything that was previously built. Well, no, we'll delete some stuff because it's just too bad. Let's just delete that forum though. There's no reason to tax anybody here. And this is the Augustus mod, so... right. So we gotta clean up these roads, because they're pretty terrible. Do that. Oops. Do that. We can actually get rid of this whole road here. Turn those into more houses. And yes, Blobber did succeed. He squeaked it in. It was great. And we're actually going to switch these out for wheat farms. Let's move you across the street. Actually, I think all this land here could be farms. Yeah, I could do that. Something like this. See, I don't like this very much. It's a dead end. So this farm risks blowing up into flames. Alright, that should be food for everybody. Okay. Yeah, so we've got the immigrants right now. It's because of the bad city mood. Yeah, Mars. Who else is angry? So we got Mars and Ceres upset. Put a temple to Mars there, and let's put the small temple to Ceres over here. Can clear that road out. Let's get rid of this. I'll leave that as it is. And we can shift the wall out a fair bit. Yeah, if I've got the space, we're gonna make it a loop. Because loops are much, much better. There, something like that. Anyway, we're going to be attacked by barbarians pretty soon. Not barbarians, native uprising. I haven't. I've been meaning to, but I just haven't found the time. I own the game. Oh, boy, scum. Rude. Yeah, we can squeeze a few more houses into this area. There we go. Yeah. Well, I think it. I honestly think this was a this was the developers building a meme city of like the worst possible city. Because like they do say like you're saving a city built by an incompetent governor, right? So I think this was the devs trying to build the worst city they could. Incompetent and an embezzler. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yes. All right. Well, let's, why don't we make this a little loop here? Okay. There's a local uprising. Oh, that's not where they... Oh, right, that's right. In Augustus, it randomizes where they show up. Forgot about that. Anyway, let's make military #1 priority. You guys want to get some guards? Well, these guys are going to tear everything down. As I was expecting in the campaign in Julius, they come in over here. Yeah, it's they're really quite different, roommate. Will we save the barracks? Doesn't look like it. Nope, there goes the barracks. In a way, the natives are doing us a favor. Yeah, I disagree quite a bit. So, like, Rise of Industry is about, like, building a business, right? You're building up, like, an industrial empire thing. CC3 is about building a city. You're not, like, providing any services to people. You don't have any real, like you don't have to place housing. There's no... Like, Rise of Industry is just about building a profitable enterprise. Okay. Alright. Well, natives did us a bit of a favor. By destroying some of these crappy things. Yeah, let's put that granary in the same spot. I don't think it's too... Oh, it's a pretty bad spot. Oh well. Yeah, it's... Yeah, sorry, computer. It's just not the same. Alright, let's build up a little bit of a... Yeah, it's more about building, like, a logistics network. And finding... like the most profitable ways to do it. Like, okay, yeah, they're similar in that it's about building stuff and planning out like a network, I guess. So like I can see where you're coming from. But I don't think they're not really all that similar. I think I would enjoy Rise of Industry. In fact, I'm like 99% sure I would enjoy Rise of Industry. I went and bought the game, so I own it. 2, 4, 6. Could put a warehouse here. You accept oil. You're gonna want some fruit as well. You'll have to excuse Merrick, roommate. He's very touchy about about city builders. I'm trying to think of how to put this in a way that that computer would understand. So it'd be like saying, oh, you know, an IED and a grenade are basically the same thing. They both explode, right? And somebody made them at some point, and then they blow up with the purpose of killing people. It's the same thing. Why not play Caesar 4? Because I like Caesar 3 much better. Actually, I've never tried Caesar 4. But it has a lot less of the charm, from my understanding. Everything I've heard of Caesar 4 suggests it's not really that fun. Alright, so if I put this here, yeah, I think here. Ugh. Alright, well I can just shift these two guys over. You could do the same thing over here. And the ultimate Caesar 5, yeah. Well, they're doing a remaster of Pharaoh. And oh, I did one of the... Oh no, it's okay actually, because we have universal labor. Whew. They did a remake of, they're making a remake of Pharaoh, and if that does well, we might see, no, I should also not do this. We might see them make more of these kind of impression-style games. Yes, that's right, they're making that Nepal city builder. It looks really cool, actually. I'm going to be, I need to find out how to follow them. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is Augustus. I didn't need to seed labor out here. I'm so used to thinking of Julius. No, the mountain one that Dennis posted. It looks very, very pretty. Yeah, it looks good. So we'll see what comes of it. Yeah, totally didn't need to put these houses here. Well, I'm going to want housing out here eventually anyway. For now, these will stay miserable tents, so I can focus on the main city over here. Because we are going to rebuild what remains of this place. That's a large tent. These guys in this corner need some water. And we can stick a market back here. I really should move this granary somewhere more useful. Somewhere like right here. Now we're gonna put granary there. You accept wheat. I could switch you to getting wheat. It'll help distribute food around. Okay, so now we just gotta wait for people to move in. What's catching on fire? It's just the miserable tents. And stick Alarium in there. It'll help with desirability. I kind of want to dumpster military. So let's do... Actually, no. Prefecture is number 1. Engineer is number 2. Water services number 3. Health. I guess food. And then industry. Oh wait, no, I don't care really about that. Religion needs to be a higher priority. Okay, yeah, we'll dumpster health and education for now. Hey Dennis, welcome. It's like catching trench food, but instead of going to a doctor, like, this is my life now. Keep the rot. Trench foot, I guess. Yeah, exactly, Dennis. I don't know. I've done I've built a nice Caesarea before, but this will be a beautiful one. I've actually salvaged this this crummy area before. And some of my very early ideas for Caesarea involved solving the city. Okay. And we should have actually lots of housing available. Yeah, we've got lots of housing capacity. So we'll have all our labor soon enough. Are we selling this? We're not. Okay, sell oil. We are selling fruit. Good. I like to sell fruit, even though it's like a low yield good. Because it takes very little, it takes almost nothing to set it up. We are going to want more oil, though. So let's actually get rid of one of those tents that totally don't need to be there. We'll build a couple more oil workshops. That's right. Yeah, I mean it's a fast initial source of revenue, which helps the red number go down more quickly. But the real moneymaker is the oil. Oh yeah, the towers. Yeah. These tower levies are gonna really hurt. Let's get rid of some of these towers strategically. I do want to maintain the character of the initial city. Hey there, Shill. How you doing? But we'll tidy it up a little bit. When can we vote on the Thea for the long play? You know, I've been in consultation with the Barony Council, and we've decided that there's no need for a vote. The next long play will just be Thea. Because yeah, I just want to play that game. And I can't have anyone showing up and I refuse to even put it to a vote. So I'm just gonna throw democracy out the window for this one. Gamer Stalker, thanks for the follow. Okay. So all we can do is spend points to make me play a retro game. That is correct. But I mean, that's an all-the-time thing. Long play votes aren't going to go away. It's just, I like Thea so much that it will be the next long play. Yeah, America Dictator Thea. I've just put retro games on there because they're the easiest to acquire cheaply. Actually, why do I have a warehouse here? I don't need a warehouse here. I should really figure out a way to reword the challenge so it includes other things, but and Goka got me to play Burnout Paradise as well. Although if you want me to play something I don't own, it better be really cheap. or sponsored. That's kind of the thing. All right, we're going with a open concept city wall. Throw a coin to your despot. Yeah, exactly. Although for a sponsored stream, I will play it longer than 2 hours. Maybe I should just put a thing on my About page. I don't know. Let's actually just get rid of all these tents. I don't need them here. If anything, they're likely to cause me trouble, so... Oh, yeah, it's a very fun little game. I was pretty engrossed with it. So, I look forward to playing it more. But we gotta finish our we gotta finish Outpost 2 before we can do we can get into our Thea long play. I've never actually played RimWorld, but RimWorld is another game that I know I would enjoy quite a bit if I were to play it. Let's get rid of these. Yeah, we can move this fountain over here. What are you actually doing for me? You don't actually do all that much for me, do you? Yeah, fountain over here would accomplish just as much. So we're gonna get rid of you. One of my favorite things about Augustus is you can actually do stuff like this. If you place a house and there's only one square, but you know that's going to be under the fountain, it's fine. Because Augustus has perfect mergers, you can have the houses merge and then fix them later. We're starting to build up quite a bit of unemployment. Let's say we only export over 10. Yeah, okay. I think I did too much messing around at the start. We might have to restart. Because I haven't built in military yet. And... yeah, it's pretty dumb. Like, it just doesn't add anything, I don't think. Where do I put my military? I mean, right in here actually would be a decent spot for the barracks. But I need a profit. Well, I know what I spent a lot of money just messing around with this, which I didn't have to do. So let's actually restart. Because I spent too much of my starting capital. It'd be much better to just build a handful of prefectures. Set up our industry. There. That'll... This is enough to kill the invasion. And we're going to make prefectures number 1 priority. Number 2 priority is going to be military. Number 3 is the engineers posts. And we just let that do its thing. And we could just kind of turn up the speed while we wait for Mars's uprising to spawn. Do. No. This isn't about, there we go. Huh. Augustus actually did us a favor there by spawning down here. But we are going to delete all the towers. Because they have a levy, so it's a big that's a big weight around our necks. And we need temples to Mercury and Mars. So Mercury and Mars. Okay, now let's set up our industry. There we go. So we'll do 5 olive farms. And we'll have our 3 fruit farms as well. Yeah, I'll go tidy up in a moment. I disrespected the map a little bit, and and was punished for it. We could make this a little denser. Let's put the olives there. Okay, so yeah, game doesn't tell you anything. You're here to serve Caesar, not the other way around. Caesar doesn't need to explain himself. He just tells you what must be done. And you either do it or you get sent to be in the slave galleys. There's 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. There we go. Yeah, that's the real reason. If you lose over, it's like almost all your population, then you just die. There we go. So that's our little export industry block set up. And later we'll throw Cavaranzai into here. Yeah, time to clean this up. We don't need that. Don't need that. It's tempting to save the barracks, but the barracks is just so cheap to delete and rebuild. Actually, let's just delete most of the service buildings. Okay. You can go away. I think this is all farmland here, isn't it? Is this farmland? Yeah, it's farmland. So yeah, let's actually move all of this stuff off. Yeah, really not much left of this original city. In fact, we're just going to delete most of it. And okay. Something like that? Yeah. That's okay. And we can relocate. Well, we can put a granary over here. We accept wheat. Put another one over here. Yeah, all of you go away. And you also accept wheat. Okay, that'll give me a lot more room to work with. We, of course, now need to actually house people. You can actually get wheat. Living space is such a crutch. This road doesn't do anything for me, so we'll get rid of it. Okay. Okay, let's now we rebuild. Like continuous swaths of anything above 60 by 60. Yeah, it's true. They do end up having a bit of a blank look to them. That's why you gotta fill it in with a beautiful city. Let's get rid of these tents. All right, and this can go there. Let's relocate a doctor and Larium in here. Right. So we've got 3 gods. We need Ceres and Neptune. Ceres and Neptune. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of the campaign maps aren't really all that challenging. Like, I think Lugdunum is one of the first maps that actually forces you to think a bit about how you're going to be how you're going to build and meet your requirements. Okay. Yeah, so that would be a good spot. So 1, 2, and then 3. So I'm pretty sure that's covered there. Oh, no, it's not. Balls. Okay. If I shift this road a little bit. Yeah, now I can stick houses around the outside. 1, 2. Yeah, that's okay. So we can put some services in around here. Huh. Yeah, having like high plateaus. Because doesn't the Augustus city builder allow you to put water up top too? Because that could be kind of interesting. Yeah, that's true, eh? So like so. Alright, I think I need to just stop building for a bit. Say industry, you're number 3 priority. Because we need money. Oh. Wait, did I... Oh, sorry, you shouldn't be number 3, you should be number 4 priority. There we go. Oh, wait, actually, you should be number 5 priority. There. Although we're gonna need food production. That's okay. The people will come. In fact, here they come right now. How much housing capacity do I have? I should have enough to take care of this labor shortage. And I can put a market over here. This area could use a market, so we'll put one there. And we should have a market over around here. Oh dear. That was a large tent. This was also a large tent. This temple to Ceres. Let's replace the small temple to Ceres. Okay. Actually, let's put that tent here. Did I remember to turn on oil exports? No, I didn't. There we go. This should be plenty for our exports to get working. put a fountain in here. That'll give those guys labor. Not labor, but water. Fit another house there. Well, these roads are a little wacky, but that's kind of the it's kind of the whole point of the beautiful campaign. Build that was a small hovel that collapsed. Okay, so we need an engineer's post over here. Let's plop a Larium back there. Ooh, let's get rid of that. And then I'll push the wall out in a bit. But I want this to be my main population center. We'll add a prefect here. What is this? A small hovel. Yeah, we could put it in a bit tighter. Yeah, let's do that. Put a Larium in here. Oh, this engineer's post doesn't have anything. You two are serving a single tent. Yeah, you can go away. Alright, I kind of like this. The roads are definitely wacky, but we kind of have a few little distinct loops. Caesar wants oil. Let's say we only export over 10. And let's be cheesy, and we can drop our salary down. We're gonna give all but 200 of our denarii to the city. Oh, we'll drop it down to that. Give that to the city. Favor is still okay. And unless I'm mistaken, yeah, shows up as donated. So I think this will actually count towards, yeah, see, net in and out. So in theory, you could use donating your salary to make sure you don't miss a prosperity tick. It would be really silly and very micro, but you could do it. Just to make sure your city makes a profit. Like, on paper, makes a profit. There's no reason you would ever really do that, I don't think. Yeah, you just need to make sure you don't go below 0 each year. So you could, yeah. I'm not talking about for favor, I'm talking about prosperity. So you just make sure the net in and out doesn't go below 0. So if you donated your salary to make your net in and out stay positive, I think that would count as income. Yeah, I know, but if you've built up a salary and then donate it later, you can kind of like defer that, if you get what I'm saying. Would be especially useful in the campaign. Alright, we can send the Caesar his stuff. We've got 21 months. Let's send it anyway. Or maybe I should have waited. Because I could have waited, because our favor's pretty bad. And we're still in debt. Unemployment's starting to rack up. Right, I only have the one land route. Basically, I just have to stop spending money right now, and we should be okay. Because this is more than enough to pay off our debts. Where's the invasion? Ooh, it's almost here. I think I did too much futzing around over here. We did validate a mod run, but say you were speed running it, that would not invalidate anything. Yeah, I kind of want to put my military up against the cliffs here. Oh, right, but I need food. Damn it. Damn you, Augustus. Ooh, we're almost out of debt. Okay. Oh, this workshop isn't working because of that road. It isn't an exploit at all. It's just very micro. It does have a cost, yeah. It's a bit cheesy. Because you can build up your... So Jake disallowed it because it's cheesy, because once you start making money, you can build up a huge... like, your savings gets insane after if you don't play with your salary. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Which is basically what happens. No, my mod games aren't multi-map, so it doesn't matter. Like it wouldn't help for my mod maps. Yeah, the whole game in less than 5.5 hours. That one, it matters. put a supply post there. And yeah. Yeah, those ones, it's not so much about doing it quickly as just doing it. I mean, they're all much more difficult, so I think it's fair. I don't really need the morale boost. So we'll just give them a bit of wheat. You accept wheat. And we're just gonna have to risk the negative favor from Caesar. We'll put down a javelin. Let's even put down an academy. I don't have any forts left, I don't think. No. Oh, all the gods are angry. Yeah. This population growth. Can the road to Rome use the mountain levels? I think they would have to be start and end. That's my feeling, anyway. Ooh. This Larium spam is expensive. Is that going to be enough to please the gods? 16. Hey Merrick, how much god coverage does Ilarium provide? Do you know offhand? Ilarium is around 24. Alright. I've got 16 of them. Where's my calculator? 16 times 24, 384. Okay, so I need a lot more of them. I don't have the money to build them, so we're going to short-term solution this and just put down some extra temples because I can't be eating curses from the gods. It'll be all right. Does the academy cost a levy? It doesn't. Alright. I guess we could bump it up to 90% speed. I'll wait until we're in the black before I put down any services. Do, do. I think we've maxed out exports. We just have a handful of fruit more we can sell. Alright, where's the money gone? So we make 4,000 in trade. We spend 870. Alright, mostly I've just been building too much. So that's where the money's been going. I've been frittering it away on random construction. There's the barbs. Hopefully this is enough. Oh yeah. Oh, or maybe not. Okay. I think we'll be able to handle them. See you, Merrick. Thanks for hanging out. There we go. Back to work. Alright, off they go. Alright, that was probably the absolute minimum amount of military I could have had for that. That unemployment is getting pretty high. Could trim back some of the crappy houses. Are there any 1x1s left? Let's check that. Yeah, let's get rid of those 1x1s. Okay. Caesar's getting pretty cranky. We do have a gift in our back pocket for him. Alright. Might be time to use that gift. But he... When did he tell us enough? In January. Okay, so... okay, so we have until January next year to turn things around. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get a another request from Caesar in that time. Can put another warehouse here. You accept oil. Because Caesar puts in big oil requests, so we'll build another one. We could get rid of this shack. Do I dare tax these people? They're already upset by the lack of entertainment. Yeah, people are indifferent to me because I don't have any entertainment at all. Yes, buy all the stuff.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Alright, come on. Buy my things. There we go. Hey, we're in the black. Alright, let's send Caesar that present. We'll send him some cheetahs and giraffes. We'll turn our salary back on. So that nudged us just over our favor. So long as we stay solvent, we'll be okay. And this guy
business is going very well.
should put us into the black again. And there we go. There's a Caesar request from Caesar, which will save us on the favor rating. So when the Legionnaire shows up, he's going to tell us, "Oh, we received new orders. We don't want to kill you," and we'll be okay. All right. I'm gonna wait till I have a little bit of a cushion, so I don't accidentally go into debt with due to levies or something, and then I'll put down more housing. But I currently have a surplus of housing. So I could see if there are any spots where it's awkward to have houses right now. I mean, I am going to want all these houses, pretty much. Maybe we just don't touch anything and let the money come in. Oop, more barbarians. Let's actually turn down the speed a little. This is fine. Pretty sure we trade positively with them. Yep. Okay, Caesar's grateful for the oil. Okay, back you guys go. Okay, let's go ahead and bring these up to Cassis. You can put a small pond in here. So in Augustus, surplus desirability will actually... oh no. Favor dipped below 200. Below 20 there. There we go. Whew. That last second gift saved us. Okay. What else could I do to beautify this area? Put a nice Legionnaire statue in here. Yeah, we could have a senator statue back here. And maybe... yeah, put some nice colonnades. There you go. Oh, they're not getting the theater walker. You should do one loop up and around like this. If we just give him time, yeah, there he goes. Okay. And still no till it starts. Oh, okay, nice. Well, I'll do the I'll play the NHL game afterwards. Try the columns you made. Welcome, Lazarum. Do you did you make a lot of the graphic stuff for this map? For this mod? Or most? Because if so, I love your work. You have done fantastic stuff. Hey, Kara, how you doing? Oh, I played one of his maps. Fair enough. Ah, you made the colonnade and the pond animations. Well, excellent work. And some rotated statue stuff. Okay. Well, I love your work, so thank you. Ah, you made Lectus Magnus. I liked Lectus Magna on the bounds. There were some silly things in it, but it was a nice map. I built a pretty map on Leptis Magna. A pretty city on Leptis Magna, which is what this will be eventually. Okay, we actually have some money now. I think that's enough money that we can open up trade with Carthago Nova, because this furniture is a moneymaker. Now I always put my dock over here, so we're gonna do it a little different this time. Where can we put this dock? Oh, can I put a dock here? Yeah, that's fun. Okay. And I'm gonna leave trees here. Oh, the least forgivable thing you did was putting the clay pit collapse events in. Absolutely unforgivable, in my opinion. But otherwise, it was a good map. And why don't we put the... How do you say it? Historically accurate? Yeah, actually, I don't mind the big oil request. That's fine. It makes you... I know some people got a little upset about it, but I don't mind it. I thought that was okay. Let's stick timber yards back here. Okay. Okay, so yeah, if you're using the if you're using Augustus, it's not so bad. I like to play my custom maps on Julius unless I'm specifically told to use Augustus. And I just pulled that one off of C3 Haven, so I'll put a little wall here. I think that looks cute. Or would it be better with the that looks a little too military. Let's go with the roofed garden wall instead. Yeah. And there we go. It's nice and cozy. Oh no, not looped. I want roofed garden wall. There. No working dock. It's alright. This will all get up and working. Lovely. So once all this gets up and running, we'll be making some extra money off of furniture. Next up, I'm going to build a dock so we can start exporting iron. But we're going to wait till we have a bit more money. We have to let our furniture investment pay off. And I'm going to need more things to make gods happy with. Which I think is going to be as many Lariums as I can afford. So I can avoid paying the crippling levies on temples. So what? Small temples cover 750, so I'm covering 1500 with those, and then I've got 35 Lariums that cover 24 each. So 840. Okay, so we're actually good here. Are you accepting furniture? You're not. Now you are. Okay, so yeah, now we just wait for more money to come in. I should really expand my military as well. Especially because we're going to be getting requests from Caesar. Yeah, with the... Yeah. We'll be doing okay. How are we doing on attacks? There's another attack on its way. But I should have time to make some money beforehand. I think we sold our first bit of furniture there. Yeah, we've sold one piece of furniture. Amazing. I could open up trade with Valencia. We will wait though. Yeah, we're in debt. It's fine. We'll pay it off. And favor should be okay because we'll Caesar likes to spam the yeah. That's the less cursed one. Here's the older version of it, which is even more cursed, but just completely illegible. Let's bump the speed up a bit. I'm just waiting for traders to show up and grab stuff. What's city mood? People are indifferent. Yeah, it's the lack of work. I could add an amphitheater. Toss a gladiator school and actors colony in. The surplus entertainment will improve people's moods. There we go. Nice big request for oil from Caesar. There we go. Yeah. Oh, looks like we're actually going to get full city coverage with this amphitheater. Because he should send out a walker up around this way. Yeah, this is one of the Burning City starts. Ah, okay, but he runs off like this and comes back. That's too bad. I mean, I could put another amphitheater down. I've got lots of unemployment, so let's try it. We'll put in another amphitheater. There we go. And that gives everyone amphitheater coverage. Yeah, so so what it is so the amphitheater, each of these blue waypoints, well, every service building, they send out 4 walkers. And the walker is going to try to make it to each of these blue destination points. All right, each walker is going to try to go for it. So the first walker he sends out, he's going to try to make it over here. So he'll walk up to here and then come back. The next one tries to make it over here. So he'll walk out to there and then come back. And then and so forth. With Augustus you can. Not in Julius. Yeah. It's such a nice... it's a really nice feature. But it does not exist in... does not exist in Julius, sadly. Because Julius is meant to be the faithful to the original. I don't know. Let's see. So if I just delete that road, yep, it doesn't update live, but you just right-click the building again, and it'll update. So then, yeah, and then it moves the. You just have to right-click the building again. Two engineers look Dunham. That's pretty nuts. Yeah, I mean, Bruegel has achieved some pretty crazy things with his maps. He's on a whole other level. Okay. Alright, city sentiment should be quite a bit higher now. Yeah, they're all very pleased now. Well, let's ruin their days by introducing taxation. Do I have a tax rate? Oh, yeah. Well, let's set the tax rate at 8% and we'll see what happens. This is a deliberately bad road network. It's meant to be pretty. Okay, we're covering the whole city with those two forums. Alright, how's city mood? People are pleased. Yeah, okay. And I think if we add a bit more desirability stuff... Oh wait, no, that's a bad spot for it. We can do a marble column. They'll be even more pleased because the having surplus desirability also increases their mood. So we can test that. People are indifferent. didn't have as much of an effect as I thought it would. People are indifferent. They would appreciate a more varied diet. Well, they're not getting it. Although I could bring them up to Grand Insulae. Okay. Yeah, I think I need to build expand the military slightly. This is a spawn point here. And then we'll add a bit more here. So you accept weapons. We'll add a couple weapons workshops. There we go. Yeah, the three native huts were, or was it 3 or 2? Anyway, you had a few large native huts on that map, and it basically means money is never a problem. Because you can build a warehouse right next to the meeting hut, and you make insane amounts of money off of that. Man, wheat fields are just so overpowered on central and desert maps. I just love them so much. You can feed so many people. Okay, unemployment's getting a little more under control. But you did make a very pretty map. Man, that map was pretty. I liked it a lot. But I do agree with Merrick on the some of the balance issues. But that's okay. Let's add a couple more Larians in there. Alright, so we've got a nice pile of money. We've expanded the military. I should probably expand the military a little bit more. Let's get one more unit of legionaries. I'm going to tuck them in over here. Yeah. There we go. Alright, so the core of the city is very well defended. And we can start importing pottery. Now, big question. So I'm going to be exporting. Do I pay? Wait, they sell clay? Since when do they sell clay? What? They change the things they export? Earthquake. Ah, okay. Wow. That just rocked my world. This feels so unnatural. Okay. I'm shook. I'm shook, Karu. I mean, absolutely shook. So let's put down some pottery workshops on Caesarea. Absolute madness. I know I can, but I refuse to. It's not right. It's just not natural. Warehouses aren't meant to be rotated. So let's import clay. I just always played Julius. So I'm really not used to rotating the warehouses. Okay. Ooh, we got a blessing from Neptune. Very nice. Alright. Get out of here, you scrubs. I'll return to your forts. Okay. I think we're gonna put the patricians in here. We'll have a nice little valley of the patricians. Well, it's kind of tight in here. I could build up the patricians all the way around this this mountain. Could be worth it. Okay, good. So we'll stick a warehouse in here. Your job is to get pottery. And I can have another warehouse back here. Your job is to get oil. And then finally we'll have a warehouse whose job it is to accept furniture. And I'm going to just build furniture in this block. And okay. Alright. We're swimming in the money now. Okay. I think I'm gonna start grabbing the pottery. Just gonna take a quick step away for a quick moment. I'm gonna grab some more coffee. Yeah, a Season 3 Twitch integration would be pretty bonkers. Okay. Well, we have a single Legionnaire we can send in the way. I probably need... Do I need more weapons production? Oh boy. Uh-oh. Okay, we got him. Alright. Alright, I guess I need more weapons production. We're just, we're struggling to keep up with the demand. So we'll add a couple more workshops, weapons workshops. It sure did. It seemed to withstand more damage than a wall would. Okay. Time for us to set up our last export industry, which is going to be iron. So we can use a really nice feature in Augustus. I'm not sure if it actually does or not, but it seemed to. Could use some testing. It'd be really funny if small statues had more hit points than a wall. So we gotta clear out a bit of... Oh, I'm sure there are. I am not the type to be able to go looking in the code. Karu could probably find out for us. Okay. So we'll have a nice roofed garden wall. Yeah, we can just Oh, right, you can't just build through it. You have to have the wall first. Doo-doo. There we go. I'll say 60, define building HP 10, define wall HP 200. Oh, okay. It is. Ah, okay. So it definitely doesn't. So, how much iron do these guys buy? They buy 40 iron. So that's going to be... That's 8, 16... 24... And 32, 40. Let's build one more for good measure. Warehouse. There we go. You accept iron. You guys get as much iron as you can. Which one is it that wants iron? Valencia. So you only accept Valencia. You only accept Carthago Nova. Alright, so these guys are starting to get pottery. Food stocks. Okay. I could wait for them to get everything. Actually, something I could do is add another warehouse, maybe here? Yeah. And have him get all the things, but only 8 of them. Just to give a closer source. Well, these are all working. So he seems to be able to keep up. I wonder, could do you accept 8? You could add another warehouse. That accepts pottery and clay, but only 8 clay. Maybe we can increase the output slightly. Blessing from Ceres, how nice. And is this Bishop 13 or Baron von Surplus? I guess Baron von Surplus. Right. So, you can put down some baths. Get people evolving. Iron Man caves in. Oh right, I turned on the thing so it doesn't actually cave in. Have I played Blood Bowl 2? I have not. I'm not... I know what Blood Bowl is. So I think I would like it. It's the Warhammer 40k football copy, right? Should come up and around. Oh, Warhammer Fantasy Football, right. Did I forget to say I was exporting iron? No, we've just already maxed out our iron exports. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Right, so I can do that. Alright, let's keep improving these. So... where do we put the school? Let's stick a school here. Great. Man, schools are so good in Augustus. It's crazy how much better they are. We'll put another one here. Yeah, in Augustus, I think the schools are actually better than the libraries. Okay, so... which feels like madness. Ah, okay. So they send all 4 cycles at the same time. I don't want to just span parks, though. We could put an Equestrian Statue in here, I guess. Okay, so some of these guys aren't getting clinic coverage. Makes sense, I only have 1 clinic. So let's add a doctor in some convenient spots. What's this? Prefecture. That looks like a good spot for a doctor over here. He's kind of close to the other doctor. We could try tucking a doctor in over here. See how the new ones do. Okay, that's full coverage. Now they want barbers. Uh-oh. Oh, it lied to me. It told me that was a garden. Oh, I think I just... one of them was a garden, and I assumed the others were as well. Let's put the school over here. And hopefully it does as good a job covering things from there. Ah, it's not as good there. It doesn't cover in here. Oh well. We'll just put down another school. It'll help the culture rating. Okay, alright, now we need barbers. Barber, and barber. We can fill this space in with lariums. Do. Do. Okay, great. He's coming around the back. Is the military trained up yet? No. Somehow still don't have our army. Schools in Augustus. Or actually in, I guess in Julius as well. Really, a park right next door wasn't enough. Okay, well, we can't really see this this road that well, so we're just going to sneakily make it plaza. Furniture, prefecture, reservoir. Okay. We can throw a Legionnaire statue in here. Okay, they need furniture. We should get there eventually. In Julius, it is, but in Augustus they've been corrected. They actually go the full range. In Julius, I would probably need like 5 schools to cover all of this. Yeah, okay, this is just not enough furniture for all of this. We need a little bit more. Do. Augustus lets you get away with stuff like this. Right, we need way more people. Like, a lot more people. So let's take a look at the water overlay. Where can I fit in more people? Well, we can sneak in. Let's sneak a few houses in over here. And do that. And then do that. Put the doctor over here. Prefect there. And say prefects and engineers are welcome to come through these roads. Otherwise, everything else in here are destination walkers. Yeah, it'll be alright. It'll be fine. Yeah, we can fit a lot more people in this neighborhood here. This? It's a pond. It has the exact same effect as the large statue, but it just looks prettier. The one on the bottom right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so there's a large pond and a small pond. This one has the same effect as a medium statue. So basically all the new graphics stuff that they throw in, they have the same impact as the similar size thing in vanilla. I usually just build the ponds in desert maps. Toss a little larium in there. This is going to be a very pious town. A larium for every house? Just about. Just about. You're really incentivized to just pump out the lariums in because they you get just so much benefit out of them. They cost more early, but it's been nerfed down to like 30 or 40, something like that. No, not 30. It has been nerfed slightly. It's not as strong as it used to be. But still very, very strong. Yeah, they reduced how many It's 20. Yeah. But it's still worth it because they don't have a levy. The lack of a levy just makes them worthwhile. Right, so... What the heck is going on with my legionaries? Why aren't they getting staffed? I guess the labor shortages. Yeah, that's the bigger problem. Okay. I added some extra buildings, so that should help. It will be fine. It's not going to be a problem. Oh, changes to the Empire. How nice. They buy weapons, right? So let's open up trade with Volubius. And we will export over 6. But I definitely need more workers. Yeah, okay, so let's do something a little bit cheeky. We're gonna get double duty out of this oasis. Okay. Building gatehouses, then using undo to build roads for free. Exploit? I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know. That seems, yeah, that's, like, I guess that's an exploit, but, like, God. Like, is that really necessary? Three tiles deep housing? Very fun peanut. Hey Darcy, welcome. With one gap. Yeah, I have. So the my patented patrician block on on Caesarea does takes advantage of that. Alright. So, that's going to be a lot of extra houses. Whoops, placed them a little awkwardly. Just shift that over slightly. It's a little too close to the javelin barracks. Let's just move it. Bye, javelins. Yeah, we'll squeeze services in here somewhere. I don't know. I mean, like, I would consider that an exploit, I suppose. It just seems like, my god. You have to hate yourself to do that. It's just like... sounds absolutely horrible. Okay. And we'll take advantage of these beautiful 1x1 tile gatehouses. And we can pop some warehouses in here. You guys get 8 of each. Or actually, you get 16 pottery. You get 16 furniture. And you get 16 oil. Put that in there. And we'll add these warehouses here. You get 16. You get 16. And you get 16. I could add more furniture production here. Yeah, let's expand our furniture production in here. Because this is going to be our distribution area. And let's add 3 more. So although the ideal ratio is 2 to 1, one of these actually makes slightly more than a than two warehouses need. Because if you do that, then you end up you can end up having all your pottery and oil and furniture end up in one part of the city. It's more about leaving a making sure you leave a pool of pottery for all the different getting warehouses to grab it from. Yeah, this is Augustus. Howie. So this is I kind of think of Augustus as Caesar 3.5. Well, maybe we can just pretend Caesar 4 doesn't exist. And they never made a Caesar 4. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh shoot, I forgot prefectures. I have no idea how many hours of Caesar 3 I have. I still forget to build prefectures sometimes. Oh. That was a bad one too, because it's cut off from the from everywhere else. Oh, we're starting to get some theft. Yeah, it's because I don't have I've lost the entertainment bonus in here. Is the problem. Could do a small festival. But why do a small festival when we could hold a large festival to Venus? Oh wait, I don't want Colosseums. That was close. Arena. Where do we put this arena? Well, let's move that temple to Mars. Every other month. Do a small. It's over 12 months since you have done a bonus. I honestly, I almost never bother with festivals. If I'm using a festival, it's a desperation measure. Put the lion house over here. I just deleted 2 small temples to Mars, so let's rebuild those. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could do it to get away with taxing even more. But it's possible to maintain a. It's possible to maintain 25% tax. In Julius. You can maintain 25% tax in Julius. Yeah. I don't think it can be done. I had 25% tax. I did it on one map, I think. And I was only taxing my patricians at 25%. The rest of the city wasn't being taxed. And the patricians rioted. The patricians rioted. They got that's how bad the malices are in Augustus for that. We had a riot in luxury palace blocks. So I think it's safe to say you cannot tax at 25% in Augustus. Okay. I'm pretty sure I maintained a city at 25% tax without doing that. But maybe not. I should farm all of this. No, actually, let's see. How much housing space do I have? Yeah, we got 1,500 capacity. Well, we've added 1,500 capacity. This is going to be even more. So we will for sure need extra farms. Wheat, yes. Gotta get them Wheaties out. Delicious, delicious wheat. Alright, that should be... hopefully will be enough wheat. Because I also want to start putting fruit into this neighborhood. I'm not going to be able to fit enough fruit. Because that's not going to really do anything. But we'll add another granary here. You accept fruit. Did that actually connect? It did. Ah, there you go. I knew there was a way you could do it without needing to micro festivals. Oh no, Caesar's requesting an army. And I don't have anything really to send because of the labor shortages.
The whole city is starting to fluctuate like crazy because of the labor shortage. Let's at least bring these guys. Actually, let's do schools. And theaters. Schools are slightly lower on labor. Is everyone getting coverage? They are. Yeah, they don't really like being next to that fort. Let's send Caesar our javelins. I think 2 academy trained javelins will do the job. Okay. Yeah. Furniture supply being erratic is bad. Ooh, this is also bad. Labor shortage is really starting to bite me. So many prefectures. Got lots of available housing capacity, though. I think the new construction will cover me in terms of labor. Oh, we're starting to see some Grand Insulate pop up too. I wonder, what is my arena coverage in here? Not terrible, but could be better. Actually, almost everyone's getting it, just not these guys over here. You don't need to be a temple. We can have an arena there. The temptation for slums when you don't have global labor. Yeah, it's doable. Especially if the terrain on the map isn't really tight. Tight terrain makes it more difficult to feed absolutely everyone. Alright, we can start sneaking in Lariums here. Yeah. Ford is a problem. We're going to move him. It's only 1,000 denarii. You need a couple more javelin units too. Ugh. Okay. All right. These guys need some more desirability. Okay. we've got one cranky god. Oh, right, because I deleted one of Neptune's temples. Let's put it right here. Venus is happy because I gave her a festival. The rest are going to be grumpy. We can spam out some lyriums. Another nice thing about the lyriums is they blend in with small casas. Oh, Neptune got mad. I think yeah, so those extra lyriums I put down turn the things around. Okay, we should be okay on labor now. Yeah, they're all the gods are having mood improvements. And industry should all be working a little bit better. We might even have a bit of unemployment soon. So let's just let things run in a bit. Also, I wanted to maintain the original character of the city. Alright. I'll build that for now. We'll have a wall coming around like this. Once I get all of this up to Grand Insulae, I'll go make another block somewhere else. Okay. I'm also going to need to add more food in here, especially fruit if I'm going to, because I do want this all to be Grand Insulae. And the way we can do that is by carting the fruit in. Alright, well. So you accept fruit. This will be the fruit oasis. Okay. Okay. This road can come down into here. Yeah, you're accepting fruit, and let's have you over here accepting fruit. Let's add another granary. Back here. And it'll be fine. There's no need to worry, Blobber. Yeah, exactly. No need to worry, mate. No, it's not gonna work. No, not yet. Put you here. You get fruit. I should probably put another granary here. Accepting wheat. Yeah, decrease trading, that's okay. There, see? We're already back in the black. And the unemployment's going down already. Or the labor shortage is going down already. Do I have an army yet? Got a little bit of an army. Water overlay. No, I cannot. Absolutely not, Blobber. Ah, crap. I was hoping two academy trained javelins would be enough, but obviously it wasn't. Yeah, I didn't allow it.
Greetings. I'm new to this place.
Oh, there was no road access. No wonder it burnt down. Oh, my fruits. Well, we need another oil workshop. And maybe we can actually fit more fruit farms in now. can. Alright. This is going to be extremely flammable. If we do this, it'll be fine. Here, see, we're almost out of our labor shortage. I didn't even have to seed more housing in here. Ew, large casas. Absolutely disgusting. Completely unacceptable. Let's fix that immediately. There's no excuse ever to have large casas. No, that's not an excuse. It's horrible. There's always room somewhere. If you have to, you have fewer large casas just to have just to have the just to have them not be large casas. Really? An arena isn't enough entertainment? Should be enough. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Walker just hadn't gone by. Well, he's still claiming he's not getting enough entertainment. An arena with one show. I think the... there we go. And then he upgrades. Great. Yeah, but you get a prosperity boost and a tax income boost. We can add an amphitheater here. Add a forum here. And we need a doctor in here. Stick a doctor there. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, if you don't want to bring them up, if you don't have the space for the amphitheater, that's fine. Leave them as casas. You're wasting pottery. You're just wasting pottery making large casas. So it's, yeah, I guess. If you're tight on pottery, yeah, I still hate it. No large casas ever. They must be purged. I mean, well, to me, it's just like if you have the space for if you're gonna have large casas, just turn them into small insulae. There's no reason to have large casas. They're pointless. I mean, there's no need to roast. Blobber knows what he's doing wrong. He knows what he did. All you need to upgrade a large casa is more entertainment. No. Oh, blobber, blobber, blobber. So incorrect. It's true. You're not wrong. Let's go with a library here. I mean, bang for your buck, the absolute best are small casas. No question. Uh-oh. Haven't been paying attention to the gods. Alright. They're all gone. Off you go. I mean, just because it's in Augustus doesn't mean Cairo agrees with it necessarily. Alright, I don't think my 15 clay is cutting it for my current pottery demands. So we're going to start importing pottery. How does this work? I guess it's you just import as much as you possibly can. Now let's just import max, see if the budget can handle it. Well, the food is getting in here. The trouble right now is pottery. We're not getting enough pottery into this block. Oh yeah, and I need to turn the god, appease the gods. In terms of I have very full accepting granaries. Yes, I do. Let's see. Right, let's get... You get fruit. You get fruit. What's my source of marble on this map? I know I can get some. Valencia. That's the iron port. I could even just have some plebs here who just eat this fruit, because they wouldn't eat all of it. I kind of want to have as much of the population around here as I can. Alright. Oh wait, still need to appease the gods. Appease the gods, now. Alright. And we're just going to pay the levies since we have the money at the moment. Ooh, those pottery imports. Oh god. Alright, let's turn those pottery imports down a bit. We only import if we fall below 40. Yeah, the watchtowers. That's the only extra military building. Palisades as well, I guess. I don't really like the palisades. Because the barbarians shred them too quickly. Kara, am I correct in understanding the import mechanic? Is it just the opposite of the export mechanic? Like the import limit and the export limit? So if I have 40 pottery in the city, we won't import any pottery? Okay, that's what I thought. Maybe I should set an export limit for furniture. Nah, we'll just export over 0. Because just any furniture over here. They look nice, though. They do look nice. I just find they're not very useful. Yeah, they do. They do. I do use them at the end. See, like they look pretty. They look very nice. We are taxing in here. Some extra desirability could help. Does a small pawn have range here? No. What about the Legionnaire Statue? Actually, not there, because that can be more houses. Alright, okay, throw some plazas in here. What do you need? Second food type. Alright. We're off the road. Just use 6 jabs. Okay. Now that we're importing some pottery, I think these guys should level out. And I think the fruit getting granaries are going to help as well. I might even want to add another fruit getting granary. Oh, actually. Yeah, I should make sure all these granaries are set to get fruit. Yeah. Because these fruit farms will still deliver, but if they're set to accepting, these other granaries might go just grab a tiny amount of fruit from there. Okay, they ran out of pottery. Should have pottery, though. Okay, there we go. Okay. City seems to be leveling off a bit here. Let's throw some plaza in and around here. Try to bring these guys over the edge. Oh right, gods are mad. Valencia, let's import marble. It's over here. Stick a warehouse here. You accept marble. Bum, 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 bum. And should probably build a Caveranzai. So I'm not sure which is better. If I should be boosting my imports, reducing the export cost, boosting my export. So I'm gonna have to import quite a bit of pottery, which breaks the bank. But I need to make my money off of the oil. So if we're losing out on oil and fruit, but saving on pottery... This is the main import we're going to be having. We are going to be importing wine as well. So, yeah, maybe the import cost reduction is what I want. Let's stick a Caveranzai over here. What do you need again? You actually need marble, eh? Alright. Bum, bum, bum. Couple work camps. An architect's guild. There we go. Alright, the city's looking pretty nice. And so the problems over here are desirability. Do those extra temples not do the trick? Let's have another large temple to a large festival to Venus. Okay. No. Could do... I could have a regular medium statue. Is that going to be good enough? Well, it's good enough for that guy. Stick a random marble column here. Yeah, it's not going to have the reach. Okay. Oh, my military is stealing the fruit. I imagine you could probably reskin the auxiliaries so they looked a bit different in the different regions. Alright, the whole city is paying their taxes. Well, 98% of the city is paying their taxes. People are very pleased with me. So pleased I could charge 10% tax? Let's see, what's sentiment like? Some are indifferent, some are very pleased. Oh, they will buy more furniture. Good. Do. Okay, we've got a huge pile of marble there. We've taken the clay. Ah, that's why you have the imports, so you can build stuff, right? And timber yard. You accept timber. Oh, that is a good idea. I could build a lighthouse. That would help exports quite a bit. So, can toss a lighthouse over here. Yeah, because we could up our export prices. Alright, I'm pretty happy with this. Hey, Myung. Yeah. The yeah, marble is expensive though. God. What efficiency my city has? Yeah, it still kicks. It still has an impact. Yeah, I've clumped the whole city in here. I wouldn't say it's particularly efficient. My mod run cities are efficient. Sort of. They're hideous, but they're efficient. They get the job done very quickly. Yeah, they you build a lot of them because they can go off-roading in Augustus. It makes sense to build a lot of them, although they're all bursting with food now. You don't have access to a barber. How? How do you manage to not have access to a barber? Let's toss a barber in here. And we can also just alternate the plazas. I don't want to spam the plazas. I find spamming plazas can be pretty ugly. And I actually really like the gray road tiles. Yeah, it's best. I'd say it's best to finish the best to beat the game on Julius, as the game was intended to be played initially, and then maybe come back and beat it with in Augustus. This adds a lot of extra stuff. It adds a lot of new gameplay mechanics as well, which is another reason I would say you should for sure beat the game on Julius first. Could put one of those. Yeah, they're still not getting their barbers. Okay, and now he's unhappy about his area. I don't think I'm going to be able to get this guy to evolve. Not without spamming the plazas. Which maybe in moderation is okay. There we go. Oh, still no. Okay. It's too dense in this area, I guess. Okay, that was enough for those guys. Yeah, roadblocks, off-roading granaries. It adds buildable monuments. Oh, we have our Cavaranzai. Yeah, you can take everything, I guess. Right, so land sellers policy: exports earn 20% more, imports are 10% more expensive. Imports 20% cheaper, exports earn 10% less. And then there's the carry more stuff but eat more food. I think it's a bit of both. I think it's a little too dense, and the arena is hurting desirability. It's actually okay. I kind of like having different levels of housing in the same block. I think it looks nice. I think this will make me more. I'll earn 10% less, but the 20% discount on pottery. Because I have to import a fair bit of pottery. So if we take... so 10% less would be 22 denarii less. Yeah. Yeah, I think the importing policies is better. Landed buyers policy. Land imports are 20% cheaper. Let's go with that. Oh, actually, Karu, what I would love, absolutely love, would be a alternate to Plaza that was just called Cobblestone. And it would let you build the cobblestone that has the same effect as Plaza. But it looks like the cobblestones. I would love that. If that's possible. I don't know if it is. But that would make me very happy. Because actually, I like the Plaza, but only in moderation. But I love the look of the cobblestones. Uh-oh. Fortunately, I have a military... I built up the military right here. Okay. Good. I should expand the walls, although we're in debt, so I shouldn't do that just yet. Adding slash removing sounds for some maps. Yeah. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Once this thing finishes, I think we for sure take the exporters, earn more money. Ah, okay. Is everybody paying their taxes? They are. And we're able to get away, we're getting away with 10% tax right now, which is good. The city is mostly balanced. Gods are pretty unhappy. Building some large temples would help. I think I want to build my patricians around this thing. Kind of like... Yeah, maybe all the way around here. I could use the food from here. But I've gone and placed all my forts here. Other option is in this valley. The Patricians Valley. It could kind of make sense. You know, they're it's the wealthy patricians. The wealthy merchants or whatever. What else we got? Okay, you're just waiting on timber. As soon as the timber shows up, it gets grabbed and brought down. Do 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 do. Okay, we did have furniture piling up here. That's good. Okay. So how much furniture do these guys buy now? It's gone up to 25. I make 10, 20, 30, 35 here. Okay, so it should be producing a small surplus for the city. I am hearing people dying. Yeah. Some of these guys are getting annoyed. Probably because of the tax rate.
Hail! Isn't this a great city?
Hey, thanks, buddy. Oh, look at that, my prosperity. I've hit the prosperity. I have enough Grand Insulae in here. We just need a few... You don't actually need patricians. on this map. So maybe I don't get patricians, because we're pretty balanced. I could just add in a bunch more. Not having patricians doesn't seem right. I'm pretty sure I should have patricians. So let's put a Legionnaire Statue right here. We can sneak in a cheeky little Larium. And some extra plazas. There you go. What's your problem? Not enough entertainment. Oh, they're happy though, because I guess they're getting... Yeah, it's the Grand Insulates that are actually annoyed with me. Because the large Insulate and the medium Insulate are happy because they're getting stuff surplus to their requirements. But the Grand Insulate are getting just what they need. So now they're grumpy with the tax rate. One festival a year? I could do another festival. Alright, let's hold the festival to Neptune. We'll do a large festival to Neptune. I mean, it's not to the point of them revolting or anything. No, that's not what I want. I want the Legionnaire Statue. There we go. And this looks like some great area for some more Lariums. Toss some Lariums in here. Just anywhere there's a spare spot, we should throw a Larium in. All this in here. Well, we're not going to have a whole hideous block of them, but I can hide. We can sneak quite a few Lariums into our blocks just by kind of tucking them away in little corners. Lariums, Laria? I'm not sure. Can do palm tree and then date tree. Laripodes. Okay. Oh, that extra little batch of Valariums was all it took. Now the gods aren't too mad at me. We'll put a date tree and plum tree. Yeah, it doesn't look that out of place. Toss some palm trees in here. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. No, we're almost done. Ugh, that clay is gonna hurt us. I could turn the clay on stockpiling. Because we need a lot of it. And maybe we can put it over here. You accept clay. Oh, they've come over all the way over here. Why? Maybe to sell me pottery? Well, it's not all that different to how I felt watching Metalink play the Augustus mod back in the day. Until you've played it, you don't really appreciate how much it changes the game. Do. Ah, there we go. Clay is starting to pile up. Yeah, I mean, I actually think the Lariums are balanced as they are. I mean, they cost you 30 to build, so they're not cheap. Is it possible to have something cost like a half denarii of maintenance? Even having them cost half a denarii to maintain would make them impossibly expensive. Yeah, okay, we've maxed out the clay import. It's July. Guess we could turn off the stockpiling. And say you can use it. Because my yeah. They'll steal it all for that, and then we can say, okay, stockpile it again. Actually, I may as well just shut off my pottery industry and say, you don't have to stockpile, but we're importing the maximum amount of clay. So we'll transition over to fully supporting the city with imported pottery. With the discount on the imports, it might actually be okay. Oh god, having them need to be constructed would be such a pain in the ass. Yeah, this is the large attack here, I think. Do. There we go. That got those guys to evolve. Even if you shut off the industry, they go and deliver the clay. Yeah, I mean, like, filling in gaps like this, it doesn't look too bad. Like, you can tell where they are. Like, they're obvious in spots. But it's not an enormous dump of Larium somewhere. Oh, nice. We got a blessing from Venus. Let's take advantage of that to boost our taxes a little bit. Does it say how long it lasts? Yeah. Wait. Let's try... Lifts at Venus's smile. People are indifferent. Maybe I shouldn't have raised taxes. Let's keep it at 10%. Do. Do. We're just waiting for that marble to come in. Oh no! Let's add a couple more. Ah, my fruit! Do. Bum. Okay. Well, we've got 10% unemployment now, thanks to Venus's blessing. And we have a lot of money, so let's actually... Let's cap off this neighborhood. So we're going to call this neighborhood done. I mean, I call it a neighborhood. It's basically the city. Actually, why don't we put a honest to goodness gatehouse here? Got a wall off the fort like its emperor. I actually don't know any of the emperor mechanics. There, nice. Add a couple towers in here. Just for cool factor. Oh, right, yeah. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Do. Yeah. There we go. That looks quite nice, I think. Right. I'm not super happy with my my forts here. I'll have to find another spot for them. I don't mind these guys like this. And I think we'll put patricians in here. Because, you know, I assume the patricians are the merchant class. We're going to use the Grand Temple to Neptune. And they obviously need to be close to all their trading and stuff, right? And we'll just have the road go like that. And put those there. And they can go deliver all the marble. Where am I going to put the hippodrome, though? So I actually want to make this block without using the without using Destination Walker cheese. So this block will not use Destination Walker cheese. Because I think I use it too much. So put that there. And we're gonna go all out. We're gonna give these guys a Colosseum too. These patricians deserve it. There. Well, these theoretical patricians deserve it. It's going to take a while before all that's actually built. Huh? Caesar wants his oil. Here you go. Oh, nice. The warehouse is almost done. That's usually. Yeah, they had like It's like a common area where people would poop. It's kind of funny. Alright. Although maybe this is too much construction at a time. Oh well. And then where do we actually put the our patricians? All right, so we've got our lighthouse, and I think I turn on the exports. We'll pay a bit more for our marble. And we do need a lot of it, but we export so much iron and furniture that I think this is worthwhile. That it was a place to do conversations with all other places. Read, joke, and even drink and snack. Ugh. Yeah, snacking in the bathroom does not sound very appealing. Especially not the public bathroom. Let's get even more work camps. Get all the stuff delivered ASAP. Yeah, I'm very happy with this city. It's quite a nice Caesarea, I think. People are indifferent. Perfect. They don't care about me too much. That's okay. I don't need to be loved. Okay. I just need more marble. Oh, this is the only access point. It's all the way around the back. I should probably add another gatehouse over here. It would reduce travel times for cart pushers and stuff. Alright, so these guys are all coming along. If I need extra plebs, I could have some, I could seed some pleb housing in here. And just feed them off of the surplus fruit. So we definitely overproduce fruit right now.
I love coming here. Business is going very well.
Oh, they're coming all the way over here to buy oil. Okay, warehouses that get oil. Turn off receiving merchants. I think that's all of them. Oh, where are you going? You're coming all the way over here to sell me pottery? No. No merchants. I should just disallow merchants from all of these. Must be cribbing off you, his ventures trying to form France. Well, I mean, that guaranteed personal union is pretty good. I've watched a bit of Budget Monk. When he's having a good time, he's fun to watch. But if things start not going his way, oh my god. He gets so hard to watch. He gets so angry. It's crazy. Oh yeah, and like, don't you dare say something that isn't optimal in his chat. He will like rip your head off. It's so funny. He usually likes your suggestions. I'm sure he does. You know what you're talking about. If you go into chat and say something that isn't optimal, wow, he gets so mad. Oh boy, that's a lot of them. Remember, he didn't acknowledge my comment, but clearly looked to the side screen and immediately did it. Whew, okay. Some of the late game attacks on Caesarea can be a little stressful. See, they get a little big near the end. But javelins can respond so quickly. Oh, a lot of housing in here is devolving. Why? Pottery? Yeah, pottery. Legions are slow, yeah. But Legion's also very strong. The tortoise formation for nothing, yeah. Actually, I'm gonna kill these javelins. And we're gonna put a legion over here. Let's clear this stuff off. Here. Because this is one of the entry points. It doesn't matter if the Legionnaires are slow if they're already there. And I'm gonna move one of these javelins Actually, I could move both the javelins closer. Well, no, I'll just move one of them. I might move you over here. On this map, they are random. Well, I mean, in the campaign they're not random, but in Augustus it randomizes the invasion points. And on custom maps, you can guess. Or depending on the map size, if you put your legions somewhere central, they can be useful, and you just avoid building near the edges. It's not terrible. So the actual invasion points don't change. So there's 3 invasion points. There's one here, and one here. But where the attacks actually show up get randomized. So in the base campaign, the first attack always comes here, and then there's an attack down here. But the first attack in Augustus could pop up over here, or it could come up here. So you don't know where, in which of the 3 points it's going to show up. It's not really the order, it's where they show up that it changes, because it's the same attack. Because the first attack is a handful of barbarians. That handful of barbarians could show up in any of the 3 points. Okay, so... Hey, Quasi, welcome. We're making a beautiful Caesarea in Augustus. Finally a beatable map. Exactly. I think clay is our real choke point. We're just getting our big investments built. Yeah, lighthouse is done. So here's the lighthouse. It even has a little flame up top. And you need to supply it with wood. Which is a cute addition. Yeah, we're getting a little short on labor. So... I should build some additional housing. Let's halt construction on these, and we're going to focus on building the Temple to Neptune. Yeah. Yeah, at least timber is cheap, right? And I took the export bonus, so we'll make more off of all of our exports. Well, you know, we've got the economy to support it. I'm making good tax money off of these guys. Although, we're running into issues. Actually getting stuff into here. I should try to clear a path through. Well, let's get rid of those. And we'll do something like this. Oh no, that looks terrible. Okay. There we go. Okay, you can rotate them. Perfect. And we'll move the Temple of Mars here. So this will give cart pushers a more direct path. Should help with the supply issues I'm having. So I think the trouble is they're running all the way around this edge, but now they can go straight through. Cost me a house, but that's okay. Yeah, now they're all moving through here. Yeah, I really did. Oh, and we hooked up these two networks. Just by looking at it, you're getting dizzy? Why? I think this looks pretty nice. That's Boston. Very dense. Okay. This is the industrial zone. I'm waiting for my Temple of Neptune to get built. The best bit is the flamingo. Actually, I think by connecting the two networks, I may have helped stabilize things a little bit. Oh, Caesar wants oil. Here you go, Caesar. No, they're still running into pottery problems over here. What to do? I could sneak a warehouse with pottery back here. Yeah, because she's having a hard... This market back here is having a hard time finding pottery. Maybe double the amount of pottery you get. Oh, we can resume construction, I guess. We're almost done our Colosseum. Okay. They're hoovering up all the materials for our Grand Temple to Neptune. Actually, maybe just an extra market would do the trick. I'll toss an extra market back here. Or actually, hang on. Let's do food stocks. Let's delete that and stick a market there. Oh yeah, there was one across the street, so it should be okay. Although this looks about ready to explode, let's delete it and replace it with a prefecture. How are we doing? Still need more stuff. Hey, we've completed our monument. Let's deactivate this right now. For now, though. And let's have you get all the goods as well. 16 pottery and 8 of each. We seem to have enough furniture. But I'm going to actually add a little bit more. Okay. We're almost there? Okay, great. Can resume construction of the hippodrome. There's no way in here, is there? No. It'd be cool if there was a way to access this area in here, but there is not, sadly. Beautiful by who? Do. We're almost there. I should probably get all our food sources on the go. And we can put a little roofed garden wall here. And patricians actually like fruit orchards, so those can go along the road. And 2 wheat farms should be plenty. And then we can have 1, 2, 3 pig farms. Actually, over there. Maybe 1 more prefecture just in case. You are for meat. You are for fruit. And you are for wheat. Do. Alright. Got tons and tons of marble we have to bring over. And could have 1 of each large temple. Well, each except for Neptune. We don't need a large temple of Neptune because we have a grand temple. There we go. Grand temple has been built. And it would be kind of fun to use this one. But for 1,000 denarii, it doesn't seem worth it. No, we will be an aqueduct, a very expensive reservoir. There we go. They use magic to make horses, yeah. Alright, now let's figure out where we want to put our patricians. I should for sure cluster them around our Grand Temple. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did they adjust the range of fountains in Augustus? They must have. Yeah, 60 cost chariot maker that employs oh, Neptune Grand Temple increases the range. That's what it is. Okay. I mean, this looks a little too symmetrical. Let's see. Parks. Although we should let our money recover a bit first. We can add a bit of housing. As well as a market or two. Alrighty. No problem. See, in the regular campaign, you would never have the native spawn there. Okay. I can actually reactivate my pottery industry. And we should get those plebs I was talking about putting in around here. It'll be a little bit ugly because it's just going to be a straight line, but what can you do? It'll be fine. We'll have a row of plebs here. We'll have them in. They'll be in Grand Insulate at the very least. And put that there. Can even have this road loop around a bit differently, like so. Can have patricians off of here. So I could put 3x3 patricians in here, which I think I will do. So like that. Oh dear. We're over 5k in debt. It's emergency. What is murdering my money right now? Probably the enormous levy on the Grand Temple. Some industry isn't working either, I don't think. I don't dare raise my my taxes. Wow, we make a lot more on tax than yeah, we're paying a ton on imports. It's probably the marble that's killing us. So let's set a import limit of 8. How much bank you have personally taxed but monthly festivals? I don't understand your question, Blobber. Sorry. I just gave all my money to the city. Okay. Yeah, I just dumped my my funds into the city because well, I needed to get it below 5k. I think the problem was the all the marble I was importing. Bum, 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 bum. Oh wait, no, I need a lot of clay for my my hippodrome. So I think I have to stop. I still have to keep the pottery industry off. Although I don't need the hippodrome right now. Yeah, I think I leave it off. Okay. These guys need some desirability stuff. And they're gonna get it in the shape of some equestrian statues. Let's also add large temples in here. So we'll have Ceres. Neptune I'm going to put over here. Have Mercury, Mars, Venus. Okay. Do. Oh yeah, speaking of the Senate, I'm gonna put a Senate in here. But I think I'll wait a bit until
Everywhere you're looking.
no access to local religious facilities, really. I guess yeah, I guess Neptune Walker doesn't make it over here. I'll probably need to shorten the loop. Could be interesting if the Senate, like, reduce the negative opinion from taxes or something. I don't know. Do, 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 do. Yeah, he's wandering around up there. We can just place some garden, roof garden walls. Stop him going where we don't want him. Oh. Prefects and engineer, I suppose. Oh boy, we are hemorrhaging money. Yeah, emergency shut off imports. Let's turn on the pottery industry again. And we're not even importing marble anymore. Where is all the money going? Last year, imports, wages, construction, yeah, building levy spiked. Could deactivate all these towers. It would save me some labor and those levies. Alright, where does my... Oh, he doesn't come up here. I was really hoping he would cover this whole block. Could move the weapons workshop here. Move that pottery workshop. Over here. And just the road. Let's see. Do. There you go. Okay. Yeah, they should have access to this. Put another granary here. You get fruit. Should fill up with fruit very quickly. Actually, I'm going to replace this with another wheat farm. Oh, thank goodness. Blessing from Neptune is very important right now. Because that, there you go. That debt was turning into a problem. So, let's get to evolving these guys. Give them a school. Give them a library. I have to get them a bath somewhere. Could replace that with a reservoir. And then that'll let me put a bathhouse on this side of the street. Will she make it all the way around? Maybe? Let's see. She does. Good. Alright, so they want the pottery. And we can put Actors Colony and Gladiator School over here somewhere. Sure. I can cram more people in here now. So let's do it. Caesar wants his oil. Here you go. Oh, we're over our population target. Okay. And we now have money again. So let's turn our marble imports back on. And let's turn the pottery imports back on. Did I even turn off clay imports? No, I never turned off the clay imports. Okay. Can move you and then fit 2 more houses in there. Yeah, it's true. Well, we'll be well over our population target. Ooh, gods are getting pretty grumpy. Probably because of the... Oh, we completed our hippodrome. Very nice. With the hippodrome completed, that means I can turn the pottery industry back on. Oh, I never turned it off. Okay. But you are not being activated just yet. You just have to wait for these extra temples to get finished. Do 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 do. Actually, I'm gonna make this guy a wheat farm as well. This could be a wheat farm too. Do 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 do. Switch gods are getting mad. Yeah, Venus was displeased because she didn't have a large temple, and Ceres will be mollified once we finish that temple. Good. Right, so let's cost how much? 36 denarii a month. Let's not activate that. Not yet, anyway. We're gonna bring everybody up to their full level. Okay, hang on. I gotta make sure these guys have a 3x3. Yes. Yes. Okay, and then if I adjust the road slightly, let's stick a theater there. You have a 3x3, and then you have a 3x3. Put a Legionnaire Statue there. Okay. Do a roof garden wall and roadblocks disguised as plazas. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Intense decorating music, yeah. Decoration intensifies. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Do, do, do. Ba-bum. Put a little market there. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. And actually, I think I move these. And put warehouses in here. You get a full thing of pottery, furniture, oil, and wine. So we've got 3 fruit, and we just need another pig farm and 2 wheat farms. And we can add a warehouse for wine over here somewhere. Right here seems okay. You accept 8 wine. And we're going to say we're importing the maximum amount of wine. You're only accepting 8 though. You're getting the maximum amount. You do not accept traders. So that should limit the amount of wine that's actually coming in. Okay. Let's start taking a look at getting these guys evolved into patricians. We have one unhappy god. Who is unhappy? Series. She should turn around though. Alright, theater coverage. How are we doing? Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, so he doesn't quite cover it. We can get rid of those Lariums, put a theater here, and then replace the Larium. Okay, they're all getting theater coverage. What about amphitheater coverage? They actually all get amphitheater coverage. Good. Arena coverage. Let's put an arena back here. Do they have? It's a really nice feature, yeah. Do we have a lion mine yet? Actors colony? No, we don't have a lion mine. We can get rid of that. Build a lion mine. Bloodsport adds spice to everyone's life. Here come the lions.
Hail, citizen! This city, we quite like it, really, don't we, Leo?
Ah. Well, let's see. Well, will he make it around next time? I was hoping I wouldn't have to build a second arena. Ah, the gardens are messing up the pathing. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. He doesn't quite make it all the way here either. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Barbs. I don't know if those are gonna reactivate in time. Oh, they are. Very nice. Okay. Everybody back to your forts. And we can mothball you again. Okay. Wine and things are starting to pile up. How about that arena coverage? Ah, shoot. Okay, try putting the arena over here. See if that makes it all the way around. I think this will be better. So you come over there. But do you come up around the edge in here? Could just whack a big honkin' Senate right in the middle here. Yeah, I think that looks quite. That could look quite nice, actually. Awesome. Okay, and then that walker goes all the way around. Perfect. I like building the Senate. It has nice desirability. Okay. So let's put a school and yeah, and it has nice range desirability. We could put a large pond back here. And this guy's a very lucky duck. He gets 2 ponds. Oh, come on. Just place the small pond. There we go. And we can give him a date path between the ponds. do, do, do. Okay. Schools. How are you doing for coverage? Well, cover most of the block. It's pretty decent. Prefecture. Engineer's post. I can stick another school over here. Okay, good. Library coverage. Okay. Will you cover this whole block, though? So I got room for some 3x3 patricians in here. One, two, three. Does he have water access? No, but we can put a fountain here. Maybe another lyrium. Actually, we could put a doctor's office here. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Doom, doom, doom. He will cover all the way around. Great. So one library is enough. Let's see. Will the academy be just as helpful? Potentially. He's going to try to make it all the way over here. Yeah, the honk. The honks from the trucks, man. Alright. Bum, bum, bum. Da-dum, da-dum, dum, dum, dum. Ah. Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes it's too big for some buildings. But if you double up some of the services, it works okay. But this, hey, cheers for the gift sub, Blobber. Not Blobber, Merrick. Merrick gave the gift sub. Only educates the underclass, yeah. Oh, we could have a second academy. Yeah, let's stick another academy over here. It'll help with the culture rating. Alright. It's community service. Alright, schools. Yeah, everything's got schools. Library. Everything's got library. But do they lose it before he comes back? Just barely not. Okay. Hey, Metalink. How you doing? Academy coverage is nice. Okay, so that's all the education coverage done. Now we need barbers. We can sneak a barber in here, and a barber in here. That should cover everybody. Do, do, do. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, I'm sorry you had a tough day, Meta. You work in education, right? I thought you said something like that. Dun, 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 dun. Full party activate, yeah. Okay, so barber coverage is good. Oh, I didn't put any baths in here. Also, Baron, I need an AM name. What do you mean by an M name? Oh, it'd be really funny to see. Oh, all the other stuff. Okay, I get what you're saying. All right, I see. Yeah, I was following a French guy. I watched him stream a couple times. He yelled too much, which just made it really hard to watch. Okay, let's see how this bath does. Suhi's not bad. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Meta. Yeah, it wasn't even that he was swearing. I didn't care if he swore. It was that he was yelling. He was like just yelling, like losing his mind over everything. There's just, ugh. I think it's like his shtick or something. Okay, well, those two bathhouses will cover it. Alrighty. So barber coverage is good. Bath coverage is good. Clinics. Yeah, okay, so he's not making it over here. So we just gotta find a spot to sneak a cheeky little doctor, like right here. Just make sure he goes where we want him to. This looks like he'll cover everything. Oh yeah. Okay, that covers the whole block. Good. That's doctor's covered. Oh, we even got a blessing from Mars. We shouldn't need it, but that's appreciated. Could do hospital here and over here, or maybe over here. Yeah, let's put it here. See how they do. Alright, these guys have made it up to small insulae. I want them to have a doctor and a barber. What else do you need? More desirability. So let's put some nice colonnade along in the background. Colonnades always look nice. And we could even sneak an oracle in here. Add a couple lariums. And we will alternate plazas here. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Where's that barber going? Oh, he's just coming around the block. Alright. Also, I don't think we're taxing these guys. And we definitely should. The city needs more workers. Okay. Now they need oil. They should be able to get oil. We're producing quite a bit of it. And there we go. Some more Grand Insulate. I might actually need even more oil production, because I have a lot of things consuming oil, and we're selling oil. So let's add... Is that a fruit farm? Let's add 2 more olive farms. And yet more oil workshops. Also, this little bit of housing here, speaking of oil, isn't quite enough. I may even need to set an export limit. We're only exporting oil over 50 units. Yeah. What are we missing here? Entertainment. Really? I guess that makes sense. Well, we have some coverage. Hospital coverage. Are you just not going this way? Okay, you just haven't come this way yet. Alright. Good. Well, some of them are growing into patricians. This is good. But it's also going to eat into my labor pool. How are you guys not getting enough entertainment? Strange. They should have all the entertainment they need. Oh, these guys are getting arena access because of the destination walkers. That's what's going on. I could turn on the hippodrome and then the win and put the chariot maker over here somewhere. We put our chariot maker here. These ones only have access to 1 god, so even if they, even with access to wine, they'll not evolve. If that's a garden, this could be an oracle. do, 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 do. And I need more housing. Could get rid of one of these fruit farms and add a whole bunch of casas over here. Yeah, let's do it. I guess this one. I might be overdoing it with some of these prefectures, but only might. Oh shoot, these are all cut off. Okay. Oh, he has access on one side. There we go. Yeah, I want that there. There we go. Nice. So now I should be able to fit a bunch of casas, etc. out here. These can be the you can say these are the farmers and small merchants. Do bum 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. These are all just going to be casas, so I'm not going to worry about one by ones. Do, 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 do. Is there any unused watered space? There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Could... Yeah, we could even squeeze in more here. Do, 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 do. Yeah, they all. I think they all get the bonus. Looks like they do, yeah. Right, so let's give them a school and a theater. Oh, oops. That's not gonna work. Oof. Yeah, the labor shortage is starting to bite. Hopefully this will do the trick. I could cram more houses into here if needed. And we need a temple of some kind. I know I have excess temples in this area. Is that covered by water? It is. Okay. Oh shoot, which temple was that? That was... Now we have to unpause. A small temple to Neptune. So we'll give a small temple to Neptune out here. Thanks for your comment. Oh, well, I'm happy. I'm happy to provide, Meta. No, the Hippodrome isn't even active yet. Neither is the Colosseum. So I really need to spam out a bunch of extra workers. So many workers. Oh dear, why did all these... They ran out of pottery. Well, this is you would be caught dead with missing. Well, I'm trying to build a city, a really pretty city here. This isn't meant to be very efficient, but I do like to be a bit tighter on workers than you do. And welcome, Jake. Nice to see you. You would have 40 unemployment. You really can't get away with that in Augustus. The mood penalties are severe for having unemployment. For like all kinds of things, mood penalties get really rough. Yeah, they will riot and tear down the whole city. Oh, there's something these guys need. Markets. I can give them some nice little palm trees. And some date trees for variety. Sneak in some more lyriums. Oh no! Oh, I forgot to build a engineer's post in here. Alright. Oh, forgot a engineer's post up here too. I easily have hundreds and hundreds of hours into this game. I still forget to build engineer's posts. We'll put a large pond out here. Oh my gosh. Stop with the collapsing. Yeah, see, these guys are already starting to riot because they because they're mad about their housing standards. Yeah, they have better houses than us. Oh, they're not getting religious facilities down here. Let's put a small temple to Neptune here. And we could replace a small temple to Neptune in here with something else, like a house. Are these guys getting 2 foods? They will probably be getting 2 foods because they're gonna have access to wheat through here. But they should be okay once they all get fed. I think I actually will hook this up. Because I don't think they're... Actually, no. No. Let's keep that disconnected. It's a bad idea. Alright, so that's generating the unemployment I need. Let's activate the Hippodrome and Colosseum. Okay. And yeah, okay. Problem is desirability, which is to be expected. I haven't built all the desirability things I wanted to yet. So let's slap a Nypheum in here. We can put an Oracle back here. And we can have a nice large pond. No oasis is complete without its ponds. And why won't you evolve? Okay, desirability still. Okay. Hippodrome is working. Well, actually, these are our patricians. So if there's any neighborhood with garish roads, it should be the patrician neighborhood. In the campaign, those guys usually spawn down here. Okay, everybody back to your bases. Alright, we're still having a hard time feeding everybody here. Let's plop down a good old-fashioned large statue. Stick one here too. What's your problem? They're not getting the library access. Put a school here. Oh dear. Yeah, these guys are starting to get very upset by their lack of food. It's coming from in here. Yeah, school isn't doing what I want it to. Nope. Maybe a library would work better? Nope. Okay, that's just not a good spot for it. do it? No. Well, I know what I could do. Just put a school right here. There we go. Yeah. They're all running to get wheat. So you get wheat. Oh, I have an angry god too. Whoops. Which god is upset? Ceres is displeased. Well, no wonder I only have one small temple to Ceres. Oh, why don't I give her another one? Yikes. I think what's happening is prefects are getting distracted stopping these rioters. Let's replace these with wheat farms. I could build a few extra fruit farms down here if I need to. More desirability, you say? Alright, how about a lovely equestrian statue up on this hill? You say that's pretty nice. Could you do anything better? How about an oracle? Oh wait, no, that's not gonna work. Cancel. How about an oracle? Do-do, do-do, do. Good, stick an equestrian statue back here. It could, but it needs to be built. So you have to put it up against the road. I could have it one into the road, and then it would get built, and then delete the road, and then replace it, but it's just more bother than I want to go through right now. I would, but that doesn't really work with that, unfortunately. Because the blocker also stops the it stops the work camps from seeing it, basically. Oh, see, I tried to do that over here, and actually here I will do it. Because it's not on the main loop, I don't care if there's a little offshoot from the loop. Fire cures the unrest, yeah. I think I'm going to let this neighborhood stabilize a little bit before I try to refill it. And we actually have a little bit of unemployment anyway. Let's just get rid of the tents. Any tents. Just get out of here. I don't need you right now. There we go. Back to getting a really badass patrician block. Could build a mausoleum over here. Because the mausoleums give negative desirability when they're close by, but positive desirability when they're a bit further away. It seems a little disrespectful to have a pig farm right next to the mausoleum, so we'll move the pig farm over here. And actually, we might want a couple more pigs. And maybe some more fruit as well. Right, I was building a large mausoleum. You know, having the dead buy some lovely fruit orchards doesn't seem so bad. Yeah, so the mausoleums, they have a negative range they have a negative desirability right next to them, but further away they have positive desirability. So these mausoleums here should give them positive, will contribute to their desirability. Alright, so I could put another patrician in here. He's going to be a nice 3x3. Put that there. Okay, so I'll stick another oracle in there. I did, yeah. But I want to have a nice big patrician block in here. I want to fill this in with patricians. Because this isn't about just hitting the requirements and calling it a day, it's about having a really nice, having a beautiful city. These guys are still revolting. Okay, well. We'll just keep deleting tents in here. I could farm... I could farm more wheat right over here. Because that could help balance things out a little. You accept wheat. And this should be a source of extra wheat. Where getting granaries can go and get wheat from. This guy might be a little too close. Oh no, they're losing. We're getting devolutions because of housing quality. Not housing quality, unemployment. Okay. Build a few more houses in here. Because now that there's wheat here, this should stabilize. Should. Yeah, because they're starting to get stores of food. Okay. Yeah, this extra granary here is doing the work. I think pottery, we just say importing max now. Just give us all the pottery you can sell. So we're not really running into money issues. And we are importing as much clay as we can. We are. Right, we should get rid of that. That guy. Bum, bum, ba, bum, bum, ba, bum. Oh god. Labor's getting worse. We're probably getting slammed by the demographic shift. Yeah. Just had a huge chunk of the population get older. Yeah, I mean, I could do do a de-aging, but I don't want to. I'd have to do it in this neighborhood because I think it goes by how long they've been living somewhere. Well, I could fit one more house in here. Can remove that temple. Actually, I might be able to get away with not having that temple there. Is that temple there covered by water? No. Ah, but this forum is. So move the forum here. And that's another house we can fit in there, which is more plebs and a nice neighborhood. Let's just slam some cheeky palm trees in there. Okay. Well, let's Let's give them a small temple this series here. We're not getting entertainment. Caesar wants oil. Here you go. Well, we're getting some patricians in here. Yeah, it's these guys in here. They're struggling to get everything they need. I think I get rid of this here, and I can put a warehouse that gets 16 furniture and 16 oil. Just to bring it a bit closer. Shouldn't the castle be fine because of perfect hippobone? I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean in terms of prosperity? Or are you talking about the riots? Oh, in terms of entertainment. There we go. So these guys are getting all the entertainment they need. I need to increase desirability. Ah, okay. We can now get rid of that. Well, I guess we could have some different types of... Ooh, I could build a governor's palace in here. But this could be space for more patricians, so let's not do that. For the Equestrian Statue. 10,000 population on Caesarea. 3,000 over the required limit. Oh, really? Okay, good. Well, why don't we slap down a few extra theaters then? They're not getting water. Okay, time to get deleted. Oh, I mean, we're almost there. We've got excellent coverage. There we go, perfect theater coverage. Yeah, we got furniture here, but it's just kind of awkward to get down here, I think. They have furniture. Got unemployment again. Do. Squeeze a few more houses in this area. Oh yes, that's true. Yeah, and in Augustus, if you have the upgraded theaters, they get you get a bonus to their coverage. Do. Okay. That's fine. Where is it? Okay, we're looking at the wrong view here. So we'd really like these guys to evolve. Run out of wine. Get 8 wine as well. Or is it maybe just that I don't have enough markets in here? You just have to go really far to get food. Yeah, maybe I do another market here. Governor's Villa? No. Have a governor's house there. And maybe a Legionnaire Statue. They don't like being next to the Colosseum. Oh, somehow this is all plaza. Oh, this isn't plaza yet. Will that do it? It did. Let's replace these with Larians. Oh wait, no, those will burn. We need... I guess we could do goddess statues. That's fine. Let's just delete that in case that's causing any problems. I figured this would be okay, because they could come over here to grab the wheat. Alright. We'll try to fit another one in here. And we could do a 3x3 patrician here. Oh, if I had water. Oh, there we go. There's water here. Alright, so... This is a little bit risky, but we'll try. We'll try anyway. So this will be just until it grows to the right size. Put a large statue back here. And then some marble columns. Everyone likes a marble column. It's 3:30 a.m. in Bangkok. That's some dedicated viewing, Young. Sure. That sounds like fun. Let's plop an oracle there. And we'll do a couple of those. Let's see if those evolve into the patricians I want. This guy stubbornly refuses to evolve. I think that's going to be too far. I may have put this mausoleum too close. Send Caesar a present. Oh, it'll be okay. Yeah, actually that might work. And is that going to be enough? Nope. Refuses to budge. Still no. Jeez. Yeah. I just didn't want to have to delete the mausoleum. I must have put the mausoleum too close. Although it's not giving me the desirability by being negatively impacted. There we go. Do, 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 do. And there you go. do. I think I just have to reset that one. Yeah, we'll leave it there. It's too bad I can't get these guys to stabilize. I think they're just too far from supplies. This doesn't seem that far. I could replace you with a market. And let's stick some Lariums in here. What's your problem? You'll get the access eventually. Oh no. Yeah. I'm getting the crowded avenues. Need more theaters. Yeah, the crowded venues. It's it checks the your global coverage. Let's see if that helps. We can put an amphitheater here. Which entertainment thing are you not getting? Well, no one's getting tavern. You're getting theater. You're getting amphitheater. Arena? Ah, they're not getting arena back here. Although they don't need arena, because if they get Colosseum... Oh, they're not getting Colosseum either. Wait, is the Colosseum even active? There it is. Maybe I need more of these. Actors Colony, Gladiator School, Lionhouse. We're hearing discontent noises again. I don't think I actually need those. Oh, well this guy evolved. Or this guy devolved. Weird. Has access to arena with 2 shows. Amphitheater. Okay, everyone's getting their arena access now. It has been over a year. Sure, why not? Let's have a festival. And let's have it be the Neptune, and we'll have a grand festival. To celebrate us clearing the map, because we're just about to do that. With a nice present. We'll continue to govern for another 2 years. Yeah, I should tidy up the map a bit. Get rid of these. Don't need this anymore. I don't like this fort being there. I want these a bit closer to the city. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna add a little cosmetic wall. Yeah, let's do the looped garden wall. Oops. And then we can tidy it up afterwards. Let's push it out a little bit more. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, no, that's not it. There. And yeah, we could put a few cosmetic guard towers. Maybe by the entrance here. Yeah, these guys are going to be on the lookout for Caesar. Some little palisades. Put another yeah, I think that's okay there. These guys seem alright. Put a couple watchtowers with palisades near the forts. There we go. I think that looks pretty nice. It's a pretty massive Caesarea. Well over 10,000 well over 10,000 citizens. I wish this area was a bit more stable. I'm not very satisfied with that, but otherwise, nice city. Bulk of the population is up here around the initial city. We've got a little, our industrial area is here with some workers. How are the demos now? Oh, the demographics. Let's take a look. Still have a huge spike, around 50 to 60. I imagine this is the Casa block I built. It's a big spikes. In villas and palaces is 7%. Tents and shacks is 1%. Okay, so there's a tent somewhere. Yeah, I've got a tent somewhere in the city. People are pleased with me. And yeah, we make money every year. It's a nice Caesarea. Looks like in here... make a goddess shrine. Make a goddess shrine in the mountains above the patricians. A goddess shrine. What is a goddess shrine? I don't know what you mean, Merrick. I'm sorry. What are the towers shooting at? Oh, you're killing zebras. Ah, just a secluded place. Yeah. Oh, like up here? Yeah, that could be kind of nice. Can have, maybe with some palm trees. Oh, actually, not there. Let's put it over here because we can. Then we can put a fountain. Yeah, something like that, Flower. And we could do a goddess statue. Have a small pond. Maybe with some colonnades. And some pond trees. And a couple date trees. Oh, come on. Upgrade to... it doesn't want to upgrade to the... Oh, there we go. Yeah, that looks nice. Oh! Excellent. Okay, well, I think, oh no! These are still unstable in here. Is it unemployment that's making them unstable? Could disable these watchtowers and have them actually... Well, actually, they should be disabled. Yeah, it really should be. Yeah, it's pottery access. These areas up by the top are having a really hard time staying supplied. Even though I have pretty much everything here. I'm not sure what's up with that. It might be there's too many things pulling from these granaries. Maybe I could fix it. If I add a granary here, you get wheat. Because that guy is still full of wheat. Maybe we can actually pare back a farm or two. Yeah, because it looks like every scrap of food is being pulled out of these as soon as it's ready. What if we added... add a couple of wheat farms back here? Although I don't think the wheat is the problem. Oh, I need to make a path through here. So they don't have... cart pushers don't have infinitely far to go to to get that stuff. Could actually put a path through here as well. Bum, bum, ba-bum. Got it. Hungry soldiers. I'm just gonna put it on 500% and see if this levels out. Yeah. Send that off. Okay. Are you gonna level out here? No. That, maybe they're leveling out. Come on. There you go. Slowly leveling out. Looting in the city. Oh, this whole area is having trouble now. I think adding all of these, yeah, and just take the money shot. Yeah, I agree. Well, I guess we'll kill these guys. we still getting hit with the morale penalty? Oh crap, we are. Let's take the money shot. What is it? Function F12? No, F12? Control F12, that's it. Okay, well that's going to be it for today. And let's go take a look, see who else is streaming out there. Well, actually, it's not it for today. I'll be back in like an hour or so with NHL. Oh, it's Fishlips is streaming, so let's go say hi to Fishlips. Fishlips 13. All right, we'll catch you all next time.